Seconded by Councillor Research. Thank you, Councillor Research. In my 3 reads of our agenda, I didn't pick up in Councillor Research, so I'll open to the floor. I think on these previous notes. Councillor Hall.
This one through. I just want a clarification in the minute where it says notice of motion parenting and process appointments. It doesn't record the mover's vote.
On page 13, it does record the members' votes. Oh, but not for.
It doesn't record a mover, which was Councillor Smiley. It does not record a vote.
Oh, thank you.
So my recollection of why we've done that is because it wasn't a vote by division. It was just that those members, their votes recorded against.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That clarifies it for me.
I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstention? That is carried. We are now going to go to, I'm just going to follow this because I don't know where it is. Sorry, community board, we will come to you later because I don't want to try to find it right now. We're going to go to item 7.1 now, something nice and easy.
Yeah.
On page 21 of our agenda, the review of finance and policy. The recommendation is that we endorse the proposed amendments found in attachment 2. I do have a foreshadowed amendment though to the mission sheet.
Can I move in on?
Alternate.
Yeah, just to include it as instead of the original motion.
Okay, sorry, I'm just going to go this 1 second because I've got something in my run sheet. I've got a foreshadowed amendment in my run sheet. Foreshadowing means that should this fail, that's what's considered, or what's that mean?
That is what a foreshadowed amendment does mean. That if this fails, then an alternative.
Okay, I will go to you, Councillor Foy, for your alternate motion, which I believe is the current with additions.
Correct. The current motion is A, B, C, D, E. Governance skills have another paragraph to add.
Sentence.
It's a bit.
Just for clarification, that the most recent message.
Yeah.
I could get that up.
I'll send it.
I tried to be organised.
Would you like to read that verbally, please, so we can see if we've got a second vote?
So the amendment, consult in the end of the first quarter of 2026 to change the revenue and financing policy to address the land drainage and stormwater rate, to undertake public notification about an option to move to capital-based rating, and also a change to the UAGC, Uniform Annual General Charge, to review it, and to consider introducing commercial rates for all commercial accommodation, and consult to review our targeted rates, to change or review the roading targeted rate.
Is that your notice of motion? Can I put an order on, because this report is solely to address development contributions. This is a significant departure from that, so can we get staff to finalise?
And I'll respond to the point of order. This is a change. It says A, amendments to the revenue and financing policy, which is the scope of my amendment.
Councillor Court's point of order does stand in that it can be an amendment to this, but it is a significant broadening of the scope of this paper and what is presented to us. So I am going to go to staff for commentary there. And my own spin on it is that I am absolutely in favour of the outcomes, but I think that it is pushing it too fast for what should naturally come through long-term plan. So I will go to staff.
Yeah, thank you, Emma. So it is a significant departure. The intent, well, sorry, not the intent, the purpose, I think, broadening, significantly broadening it. And there's a reason why you do your review of your revenue and finance policy, your financial policies as part of your long-term plan, is to pick up all these things here, bundle them up, work out whether it's significant and should be taken out for public consultation. So these proposed changes are large. Even just one of them picking them off there, moving to a capital-based rating system is significant, and in previous experience, that's a significant amount of public consultation. Because of that, this paper was brought forward primarily. Well, the only purpose of this paper was to ensure that we could get development contributions up and running as per the resolution by May. So anything in here that we put in here significantly puts that at risk of us achieving that deadline. It's given us for the previous resolution when the DC policy was adopted in October.
I understand that this paper specifically is about development contributions. Because I knew that this was broadening the scope, as you've highlighted, I did bring it up with staff about this amendment. The intent of this isn't to disrupt the work or the timeframes for development contributions. It's to give clear direction to staff that as part of the LTP consultation, or as part of the
That
public...
would be annual plan though, not...
annual plan, yes. That we can get it done in advance because it is a lot of work to be done. And I addressed that with the GM of finance and also Ken, who's in the room today. I didn't address this with Roger because I understand he wouldn't be doing the work. It would actually be done by the finance and rating team.
Thank you.
I'm happy to have it as a note.
I require a seconder for the amendment and the additional yes.
Second, if you make it the LTP.
It's going to be LTP anyway, by default.
Your worship, I'm still uncomfortable. Can you make a ruling on whether this should be handled as a separate notice of motion? It would still achieve the outcome Councillor Foy wants.
Can I take it today as a notice of motion?
Ambient, its amendments.
I'm not sure whether or not members would have enough information to be able to make a decision because it has broadened the scope. There's nothing on the paper in front of you that goes into that level of detail. It could be an indication provided following discussion that this council sends a message that they'd like the work investigated on, that staff incorporate into the development of the annual long-term plan.
I'm going to rule in favour of the point of order from Councillor Court that this is to take what for staff, and is Angie online or Ken? What we've already had initial discussions around annual planning and long-term planning and the size and scope and the timelines of that. The work program that Angie has been preparing for that is an entire 18-month long-term plan process to get us there so that we are informed for all of this, not against what it's trying to achieve. What I am against is us setting ourselves up to fail by deciding today and putting staff into overdrive without considering the whole picture for annual plan and long-term planning. So I'm going to decline this amendment, understanding orders now, but there is an opportunity, like Aisha has said, for a notice of motion to this effect for the meeting next year, if you would like to put it into overdrive, Councillor Foy. So based off that, I will move the original motion, and it's been seconded by Councillor Stratford. And I have got some questions to this just for staff myself. Stepping up to Doom. Okay, let's have a look. My commentary, I appreciate the alignment with the Plan with 2100, the infrastructure strategy and revenue and financing policy. One of the things that we've been picked up pinged for in the past when we used to have that arrow for councils coming, I can't remember the name, was not aligning across, to do all these, put all the stuff on the shelf and never mention it again. So I acknowledge that throughout this venue. And I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Superstar. You have aligned with it. My questions, though, are on page 37. For other revenue, we highlight that council receives other operating revenues from petrol tax. How do we receive operating income from petrol tax? And just for everyone, so you know, the live stream is back on. Because we do get subsidies from petrol taxes contribute to the National Land Transport Fund pot. We do actually capture that in our grants, sponsorships and subsidies little blurb, but we have specifically said that we get other operating income from petrol tax, property rentals, other minor sources. I agree with other minor sources and property rentals, but how on earth do we get petrol tax as income to this council?
Through the chair, I don't think I'm in a place to be able to answer that question.
I think it's wrong. So I would like it, well, within the resolution, then amendments can be made by the CE, and I think that if it is wrong and you find out later, you can take that off.
So actually,
and my other question, because we get a funding assistance rate, a FAR rate from NZTA, but that's captured already in the grants, sponsorships and subsidies little blurb on page 37. My other one that was missing from this, when I read through it, was the other significant funding that we get through to our council is from that, what's that waste minimisation levy that government puts on, and then the money we get from central government is like all the time is for roads and for rubbish, and then whatever ones we can hustle that are like those contestable funds. But I thought that that was a significant one that is missing from being stated within the blurb. None of this affects, the overall policy, but it's just the narrative that we share with all this. I thought that was missing. So if you can look into that. And then I think I've got one more. Page 44 and 46. What's on there? Let's have a look. That was my question. I actually did read it, I think, 3 times. I picked up on something. Page 44, we have got funding and activity portfolio engagement. But then on page 46, we have got an activity called settlement. Are these the same or are these different?
Through the chair, my purpose, I did not do a review of the whole document, so this is our current document as it is.
Yeah, it's already been signed off.
So unfortunately, we are not the owner of this. This is our finance team. So what I'll do is I'll take notes and I'll redirect your concerns to that team.
I don't think there's substantial for what we're actually trying to achieve, which is adding our development contributions, and it's just a hip up. Councillor Strathers.
Thank you. The report is comprehensive, but just for everybody listening online, the development contributions is contingent on this finance policy being consulted on and changes reflecting SCs coming in, and we need to do that ahead of the adoption of the district plan. So I agree with the timeline. However, is there scope to move it just, so it's not sitting right in school holiday period? One more week, at least. It was 19th January, I think it was, 4 weeks from there.
Junior, all right. Commentary on whether we can move it, what it means around the DC policy.
Yeah, is 1 week going to have a huge impact because it's council into the.
I think a week will be fine, but we need to double check with the date.
Through the chair, we have a date of May 29th. February, we need at least a couple of weeks, if not, and that's me pushing it.
Yeah.
Me really pushing it, like I'm talking 2:00 in the morning days. I'm pushing it to get it done, the submission's done, the submission analysis and the reporting done. For me, a month is like good. It's good, and that's what that month of March gives us. And then we've got April for our hearings and things like that. And then May is our D-Day. So we're trying to give ourselves April, start of May to get get this adopted to enable our May commencement date of the DC policy. So for me, personally, from a working perspective, I think that we would be.
But it does need to be in January.
I can do it. Put it that way, I can do it, but it would put even more pressure on me.
I think it's the time of, it's the time of the year where lots of people are tapped out, and it's also closing submissions for a number of central government feedback around that time as well. So, and it's really important that we do capture as much feedback on it as possible. And I also want to ensure that, like, one of the reasons Mr. Adams came on today was because he did a written submission to that policy on housing for the elderly regs, but he also wanted to speak to the council. So I just want to make sure that we reinstate that process of people being able to speak to their written submission. And Simpson Grevson highlighted that as such a downfall of ours at the governance workshop that we had with them. Yeah.
Just clarifies that any member of the public who requests to speak to their submission verbally is allowed to speak to their submission verbally. So there is no process that declines them from being able to speak to their submissions. We don't. It is, and that is available for people who have who do not want to provide a submission, a written submission. That is the main purpose of verbal submission. But anybody who requests to do a verbal submission.
Can we make it clear that it's and or and?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councillor Court.
I didn't think I had a question, but just following on from that, this is just a procedural change.
Yeah.
This is not reopening up the development contributions policy for submissions. So I'm just a little unclear about who we think is going to submit on this and why the urgency to change the. I just would like some clarification on that. And the second question is, did we understand as elected members when we moved the date, this was an additional step that we were going to have to do, because it seems to me that we've just made our life a lot harder and a lot more complicated than it really needs to be. And if we'd stuck with the financial year, we wouldn't be having to do that with our forms every other month. Did we? I can speak for myself. I didn't appreciate that this was going to be a second step in the process.
So, through the chair, it was identified when we put the paper up that we had to do this internal contributions policy. So, when we were looking at the DC policy, we recognised we needed to do that change to this written compliance policy to effect to it. So, when the paper came through for DC, we said we need to do a review of the compliance policy.
The next part of my question then is, will it be simpler for us just to do an amendment and change the implementation date? And then we don't have to do any of this?
I'll just say that that we're doing it now. We will do it again in the annual plan review period as well, and the LTP. So,
Would you like to come up, Dr.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think.
And then you guys can talk to each other.
Yeah. Councillor Court's just saying that commencing the DC to align that with the annual plan. would mean that we wouldn't have to do this extra step, and that is correct. And that's what the original paper around DCs was, and aligning that start date with the annual plan was so that we could.
You guys didn't communicate that very well to me because I moved the amendment to flip to move our times.
The original paper did put forward lining up the annual plan.
Yeah. But
Yeah, but reasons why.
So just to close that out, I would be more comfortable, for me personally, if there was an alternate recommendation from here that we would just revoke the implementation date. Because I am incredibly mindful of the pressure that our staff are under. And I think this is just quickly enough.
They're moving it as an amendment.
Can I do that at this point because it's a significant amendment? I need to take advice.
Point of order. That's outside the scope of the submission. This paper is about revenue and financing policy, and she's speaking about the development contribution policy, so she'll need 75% of the room to agree.
No, we can have an amendment. Actually, no, we've got, yeah, that's fine.
Just listening, would be helpful if staff addressed why we did that change.
Are we adjourned now?
I know what you're all about.
Just
Moving the date back to align with the annual plan is going
transparency, making sure it's straight across the board, and that's why development agreements must come to this table for sign-off. The special assessment stuff is around maybe Papakoinga development on general land. We use that situation there so that it gives our teams a bit of leeway and a bit of, not full on though, because there is criteria that needs to be met to create that consistency and that certainty for everybody. And that's all in the policy as well. So for those housing developments, I would definitely, and our teams too, when it comes through the resource consent process, they'll say, oh, this is a massive development. Let's have a kōrero with this party about how we can work through the development contribution side of things.
Can I just
I'll straight to resume.
Sorry, can I just check in if Councillor Allen would like further clarification?
Is the development agreement process and the assessments process, can you tell me where to find that in a policy? Because I absolutely agree that that is the direction we're heading as a council. I see it every day in our mahi. But Moko's even declared this is his last term. So I want to see that in black and white to ensure that it is carried forth no matter who's at the helm.
just clarify something? And so right now, the scenario is played out with the charge DC policy or DC charge, but this opens up the vehicle to be able to have that, make that assessment. I'm correct with that, isn't it? Right now, if we look at it, social housing and it's on general title, it's subject to the DC. But this clause, and if you want to look at it, some of the tables adopted back in, I'm just looking right now, back in October, page 126, specifics around it. That's assessment criteria for developer agreements. So individual agreements between housing providers and council. The policy allows for that to happen.
And that's DC.
That's in the DC policy.
Councillor Allen and staff, I'm going to, with respect, because I can see what you are trying to delve deeper into within this, but the paper that is on the table does not provide an opportunity to seek any amendments to change the ultimate outcome. If you're uncomfortable or any member is uncomfortable with that, then they'll need to vote against it. But what I'm picking up here is that there is a conversation that needs to take place to dive deeper into the understanding of it, not just for Councillor Allen, but for this whole council. Please staff around how this works. But that the direction of this conversation isn't going to fundamentally change anything that we've got on the table for what we need to vote on right now. So I'll ask to close the line of questioning there, and I do have Councillor Foy who's next in my speaking. Okay. Councillor Smith.
So on page 25, it sets out why the staff recommend option 1. And so that basically underlines that we adopted our development contributions policy. That's been done. And now because the revenue and financing policy wasn't done at the same time as the development contribution policy, we have to do this. My question is about the timeframes of the development levies legislation. So some of the new councillors may not be aware that development contributions aren't in place currently. There's only development agreements. This will come into effect after consultation, if it all goes through in May, before the new district plan and before all upzoning occurs that allow for additional development. Only those people that are connecting to our services, like if you put in a wastewater treatment plant on a piece of non-reticulated land, you have to pay $30,000 for your on-site wastewater treatment plant. If someone connects to the sewage in the town, it also puts a demand and a cost onto ratepayers. So that's why development contributions and development levies are charged, because people are getting the ability to connect to.
Question.
Yes, I understand. But the question for staff was about the development levy timeframe and when that kicks in and how that interrelates with this.
So it's currently a bill, a discussion document. It's open for consultation at the moment. around development levies, but it's our understanding that all the evidence and research that's required for development contributions is also the same information that's required for development levies, and the proposal is to have like tier 1 councils implement development levies first and then followed by the other councils, and so development levies would come in about 2030.
We are not a tier 1 or a tier 2 council.
Just through the chair, that's one of the pieces of legislation that's for that reforms process as well. So due on 23rd to do a submission. So we're in the early days of that.
That will come to full council.
That was mine. That's it.
That closes. Thank you, Councillor Snobbers.
A question for staff too. Have we met the requirements of the Regulatory Standards Act, and have we undergone sufficiency regulatory impact analysis? And have we looked at how council could be exposed to legal challenges, refund obligations, or unenforceability?
Yep. So through the chair, the Regulatory Standards Act doesn't apply to council policy. And the Regulatory Standards Act has not actually come into legislation yet. It's due to come in on the 1st of January.
It's January, yes, and this comes in after that.
Well,
We only give effect to current legislation, though. We can only work off what is, not what could be.
and also it doesn't apply to council policy.
Right, I know I'm going to put the motion back. If you could please put that on the screen just so it's clear that we are voting on the recommendation as for written agendas. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Those opposed? Mention recorded. Councillor and Councillor Balke, the motion is passed. We are going to go to lunch soon because I can see Harley is here, and we are going to record a Happy Christmas all of our whānau video. It'll take 2 seconds, but we're going to go to page 224 now because I want you to all brush through. And they've been waiting ever so patiently. I'm going to go to our community board, which is item 8.1 on page 224. I will move that we note the minutes from our 3 community boards. The first is our Te Hika Community Board meeting held on the 24th of November. And so I will pass over to, and the way that we'll go through this is I'll pass to the chair for their minutes or to raise any items of interest for the area, go to questions based on those, and then I'll go to the next one. So you'll have multiple opportunities to speak. The Community Board Chair Sabritsky.
Can you take my minutes as read? But there was an issue in terms of the community event that we mentioned earlier in terms of funding. I was asked a question prior to them deciding whether they were going to go ahead or not. That's the fireworks in the park, the sky, yeah. Does council have a policy in relation to advertising on posters, the Commonwealth District name, and other sponsors, i.e. hotels, etc., etc., etc.? Is there a policy about that, governing that? Or I was asked that question, whether they could use our name as a funder and other businesses, being alcohol sales, smoke sales, whatever you wanted.
That's a very good question. I know that we do use Auckland Council's brand guidelines, but specifically for our branding, we use alongside other sponsors that maybe our council would want to be associated with. I'm going to have to defer to our chief executive to find someone to answer that.
I'm just opening up all the policies and rummaging through it. I can't, someone here that can't come up with one. So I think it's a piece of work I need to look at. Yeah. It was urgent.
I'm going to go to Rebecca, who has her hand up.
Through the chair,
If you could please stand for us, Rebecca.
sorry.
Thank you.
Through the chair, my understanding, having looked recently at grants-related policy on community grants, is that when we issue a community grant through the community board, part of that is allowing to use our branding in conjunction with that. And I think that's around a recognition that we've provided them with funding. So we want that recognition as part of that. But I think my understanding of what we're all expressing concern about is where our branding sits alongside other branding. So I think it would, if there are concerns there through the chair, we might want to look at that as community stuff around the level of ways in that policy. Or I believe Virginia is looking at that. Is that right, Brian? Potentially at grants-related policy.
Virginia needs a raise.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify that, the work Rebecca's doing is looking at our overarching grants and donations. And sorry, Virginia, did I say something? Sorry, apologies. Alongside Briar, that's that's a sort of parallel piece of work. I don't think we have anything specific on what's been raised here. Thank you.
Thank you. Another pressing issue with the board is the fact, and I maybe should have addressed it, made a statement when Josh was speaking. I was present at that meeting, and it was a good representation of the public. All sides of the story were presented. Now, I don't claim to understand the mandates or what should I say, the processes of council, how we make our decisions, and our discussions from that. But it did have an effect. And I go back to when we went through elections and the fact that a lot of us ran on the premise of transparency, and that wasn't present at the decision that was made by council behind public exclusion. What I'm trying to say is that we just didn't do ourselves any favours, both for the applicant and both for ourselves as council. So I just wanted to table that. I'm just trying to break. The other issue with all of my new members, especially, and probably same with other community boards, is the lack of training and the lack of induction and the lack of handover. I know more about Davina than I know about some of my other councillors, my other board members. And I would like that structured so that we have part of our induction, part of our training that is scheduled in to even early next year, if we could. Because I think all of us as board chairs want our members to hit the road or hit the running, and they're not. They're looking around as basically stunned mullets and saying, what I do here, what happens here? And so it slows us down from making decisions. It slows us down networking, and it is a problem. So I would like that addressed.
Thank you for that. And I'll look to Group Manager Strategic Relationships, Ormington, to note those. Chair McVeigh has had an induction day with her board. That could be something that would benefit to as well. But you do need staff guidance and support around that, so we'll definitely make sure you get it. I have, if there's anything else, otherwise I'll get Councillor Stratford with a question on the Takuma.
And something, question in relation to what you brought up at the beginning, the item around advertising. I think that staff need to follow that up for you, because if it's around a event with alcohol, there could be some constraints.
That's right.
There. Yeah.
And that was our concern.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to go now to Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board Chair Ward to raise any issues and speak to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Milko. Try and keep this brief. I'll take our minutes and complements as read. We have 10 funding applications. We continually under the pump of the Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board. because we have the infrastructure, obviously, to host events and activities throughout our ward throughout the year. So on that, just for the council's knowledge, previous board actually tagged $5,000 community grant fund for each community that wanted to hold a Christmas event or parade, and we will be addressing that again with a new board, and so that made it easier on community plan ahead. And as you can see, we now have a really great success. It's one of the few things that we find amongst our wellbeings. It's free, brings everybody out, and I think in these tough times, particularly post-COVID, we've seen, people getting behind and getting involved in their communities, which is what we're all about. So pretty passionate about that. And just moving on from that and following on from Morty's deputation this morning, I'd like this council to think seriously in advance about our funding, and how community boards shouldn't have to come and sit here like a squeaky wheel at every workshop, annual plan, long-term plan, fighting for a small bite crumbs of budget to take to our community to actually do amazing stuff. Our volunteers and people in our community are what we are made of, particularly here in our rural communities. I'd also like, so that's our annual plan and long-term plan with our funding, and whether we could look at, I know the community grant fund is apportioned, but it may be that it's just not enough anymore, and we need to look at, we're getting a lot more of a strain on us particularly around the social sector. So I think, I'm not sure how aware councillors are of that, but with our two board councillors, I'm sure they'll be able to bring those messages back to the table. I'd also like this council to seriously think about reintroducing a position for an events and marketing manager, and a budget and ongoing support. It's been some years since this council had that. We had, his name's eluded me, worked with Catherine Chuen for quite some years, and then that portfolio was pushed over to Darnold Holdings, and when it came back in, it was just established, and we're really seeing the fallout from that, and the desperation from the groups within the communities and the events and marketing organisers as to who to turn to and who to work with. So on that, just in relation, so I look forward to the Accord and how we can look at our delegations, and also in relation to discussions earlier around community boards not being involved with committees. We're very interested in committees, and I assume that's something that we have discussed that will come to the table in the new year, as to and we have a lot of input when I hear by Hilda talking about her and seeing the fabulous work that she did on presenting to us about Sealing Round One Eye. We need to work, there's still that lack of connectivity between community boards and council. If you're going to work on that, you need to work with us, and I note the staff assessment report says that you may come to the community board or whatever. We do footpath prioritisation lists, and often when you seal a road, that requires installation of a footpath and increased, kids and pedestrian flow and things, even in rural areas. So let's start to sort of be more cohesive there. And just two more quick things. One, the Māori's representation, we're sealing Haruru Falls Road at the moment. We get a lot of dust suppression. Maybe there's a few crumbs of what's the word? I guess creative accounting that could go toward Hokianga and the Waitangi celebrations. So we need to look more about what we don't need, what we could put over there in that budget. So just acknowledging that. And finally, I want to acknowledge staff. I've just done my agenda preview for next week, and they've put a lot of work into getting some reports last minute, addressing all our delegations at community board level, which may be what my fellow member here was referring to, but we need to move quickly on getting our representation for all our community facility groups, Te Pua Waitangi and accessibility action groups. So and also commenting on resource consent. So just want to acknowledge the work that staff's done to get that into the agenda.
Well, thank you. Councillor Research. Were you stretching or did you?
I was just stretching. No.
Any comments or questions for Councillor Thetford.
Just noting that you had 4 deputations regarding the Kitty Motor Camp dump site. I watched it online. It was very impressive, the support for the return.
And it is in our agenda for it.
Fantastic. I will make a clarification on that because I think that there was a misinterpretation that I was against Kitty having a motor caravan dump station because we've got them available in Paihia and Paikohi. I'm very much in favour of Kitty getting a caravan dump station at an appropriate location, and that decision is delegated to our community board to help facilitate, and rightly so, because they're the community board. But what my clarification was for our staff in the narrative to turn what is a negative into a positive was that in our communication with our manuhiri and with our own community, that we acknowledge that we're still working on getting a dump station for Kiri itself. But for the time being, keep on coming up. No mai, haere mai. Come spend your money. Come visit our attractions. We need your aroha up here, especially if it's Lord Rutherford of Nelson, or multiple of those.
Yeah.
But that in our communication, we need to be clear that, come on up. We have these dump stations available in all of these locations that are only a nice and easy 30-minute drive from, say, if you're setting up in Kiri, then you can go to these other ones that are around there that you can go. Not dissimilar to what someone will experience if they are motor caravanning around one of our metro areas, that they do have to travel distance and time to be able to access those services in those areas. I just wanted to make that clear. We're going to go now to our Kaipuri Community Board. Chair McVeigh.
Good afternoon, Pat. I'll take the minutes as read, and just want to say thank you to everybody who came on our tour. I hope you enjoyed the highlights of Whakaturikianga Ward, and it was a great opportunity to build relationships and do some networking and get some wins out of that, so kia ora koutou. We have enjoyed a number of Christmas events in our wards and lots of great feedback on those. Love to particularly bring their tamariki out and enjoy being together. Like to tōku matua bill here around support with inducting new members. We can always improve on things like that. What we're doing at the moment for Kaipuri Community Board, we're working on our top strategic priorities so that we can be ahead of the game coming to the LTP. So just putting you on notice. But some of the things that have come up that are really hot potatoes in our ward that are spoken about today, housing, social housing, which by the way over in Hokianga we have only Kainga Order, which is totally full and we don't have any more, so we'd love some more, please. Pensioner housing has been a hot potato over there for a number of years. Really looking forward to that discussion. Homelessness and people living in cars. I have had numerous RFSs and phone calls, and it's just a really big thing going on for us at the moment. It feels like summer, very hot at home. It was 30 degrees the other day. And while that's amazing and lots of people come for a holiday and we love that, people coming home and visitors and influx for our businesses, we also have to feel the pressure on our wastewater and our drinking water, and that will be, that's always pretty serious for us. Mangungu will be one of our biggest events, and our boards protocol however we can. So that's a really important event for Kianga. But lastly, I'll just thank you to our amazing staff. Oh my gosh, such huge money that you all do, but also like to thank our councillors that have been appointed to our board for your really supportive and proactive approach. And I'm so pleased that we have Māori Board Councillor Alan as a full member with voting rights this time round. It's a huge improvement that's taken some work to get here, so really like to acknowledge that. So, kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Questions or comments for Kaiti Kiana? Thank you to our community board chairs and for your insights throughout our community tours as well. Has been absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to the accords, workshopping and discussion and eventual agreements that we'll be signing between our council and your community boards as well. I don't have a right of reply, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Those opposed, or abstentions, that is carried. We're now going to break 40 minutes for lunch. Within that time, though, Harley would like to do a quick happy Christmas message for our comms. And where will we do that, Harley?
Just around Syria. I've been staying here.
And what would you like us to do?
Your suggestion was to
So the suggestion was we always do a Christmas message. You know, I think like we was Thank you for that and welcome back to our council meeting. Before we get back into the agenda, I am going to introduce Shelley, who is the Manager of Infrastructure and Engineering, who is here on behalf of our Head of Infrastructure, Tanya Proctor. Hello, Shelley.
Hello.
And welcome to our chambers, and it's great to have you here. And I'm sure members will have some hard-hitting questions for you in the remainder of our lovely day. We are going to start back, and because this may determine the appointments across other items, we are going to go straight into item 7.4, the setting of remuneration for councillors for the 2025-28 triennium, which can be 129 of your agenda. So I've got the recommendation here that I do have a amendment that has been pre-circulated by Councillor Balke. I'm going to check in with Councillor Balke because that was sent as a foreshadowed amendment should this one fail. Was that
Well, I'd probably like it as a possibly an alternate, an alternate.
You'd like to move it first off as an alternate motion?
Yeah.
So that has been pre-circulated. Can we bring that one up, please? So we're moving an alternate motion. Moved by Councillor Balke, if I could get a second. Absolutely, thank you. Councillor Balke, you have to speak to your alternate motion.
Thank you. The Remuneration Authority has set this council with a fixed governance pool of $1,028,257. Just note that in the minutes there were two different amounts. It's like they've transposed a figure, so I'm not 100% sure if it's $527 or $257. The different amounts there. So I've worked on $257, so they might just want to keep those two figures. This is the national base councillor salary. I've used that of $85,700. Our responsibility is not to decide how much we are paid overall, but to ensure the distribution is fair, transparent, proportionate to workload. So I'm proposing a different type of model to what's in here. I'm proposing a model based on workload, responsibility, and something that's transparent. And so I've proposed this amendment to enable councillors to consider the responsibility-based model of distributing the remuneration authority governance pool for the 2025-28 triennium. The intent is to ensure the remuneration is proportionate to governance workload, transparent to ratepayers, consistent with the comparable New Zealand councils. So I've been through and looked at all the other councils throughout New Zealand, or as many as I could find, but also ones that are similar to ours based on size, socioeconomic areas, etc. And fully comply with the Remuneration Authority determination. And this is the model that I've come up with after running several. So, for example, I've made a loading of 15% for the Deputy Mayor, each committee chairperson 15%, portfolio holders 7% per portfolio, but capped at 14%. So even if you had 3 or 4, it's capped at 2. If you're a community board appointee, is someone on representative of the community board at 5%. This just recognises what we've spoken about today about the considerable workloads that will come with portfolio holders, and we can see that our 3 years ahead are going to be significant. So under this model, for example, the Deputy Mayor, there will be no sort of double dipping as such. It's very transparent.
For example, they would have the 15% deputy mayor loading, plus they are a committee chair. They hold 2 portfolios, which would give them a loading of 44%. That would just be represented as one transparent figure of 44% loading on top of theirs. But we can see how that would come to that figure. So if we were explaining it to the public, it'd be easy to show how that 44% has been arrived upon. So I've gone through and worked out the responsibilities as per the portfolio, what we have in there and who's assigned to what. So it has worked out the different salaries that would be set. I have just noted that local water done well is not a portfolio, as we spoke the other day, but would like it to be considered as a significant workload, one of our largest governance reforms program that we're going to have, and would require significant work, and just like that to be considered within this model, even though it's not officially a portfolio. So this amendment retains the RA determination base salary of $85,700, uses the exact RA determined pool of $1,028,257. It applies a consistent, audible methodology and meets RA principles of proportionality, role relativity, and transparency. This model can be clearly explained to the ratepayers as every councillor receives the same national base standard, small but clearly defined percentages that are then added on where extra governance responsibility is formally held, all within a fixed national cap set by the Remuneration Authority. So I'd really appreciate your consideration for this different type of remuneration model. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Coy, seconder.
I think it was me that was second.
Councillor Court. So what did I say? Oi, Court.
I want to start off by acknowledging it's always uncomfortable when we talk about what we get paid. And none of what we're talking about today addresses what I consider to be the egregious deficit of what community board members get paid, but you are outside of this bucket of money, so we can't have that conversation today. And in all the years that I've sat here, it's not, we kind of get the paper, we just rubber stamp it, because we're all kind of squirmy about talking about our salary. So I want to thank Councillor Bauke for the work that she's done on this. And this morning I leapt out of bed and I printed off the local government elected members' determination because I wanted to understand what everybody else in the country was doing. And what did I learn in my half an hour perusing this morning was the authority recommends that a deputy mayor is paid a premium of 12% above councillor base, which equates to 6,000 to 15,000 extra annually, depending on the council size, and up to 15% if you're a larger council. They recommend that chairs are paid a premium close to 15 to 20% above base, and that a deputy mayor's premium sits above that. That community boards, as Councillor Stratford sent out an email, councillors cannot be seen to be double dipping, so they can't get the remuneration that's paid to the community boards, but this can be recognised as an additional portfolio within the remuneration package. And in fact, I found the following councils recognise councillors on community boards and pay them additional rem, some as high as $10,000, which just seems a lot. Waipa, Apotiki, Otarohonga, Central Otago, Kapiti and Plymouth. And then I looked through for portfolios and I found a number of councils recommend an additional premium for portfolio holders. Mukia, Taranaki Regional, Central Hawke's Bay, Whitehall, Otago, Waimakariri, Waipa and Waitaki all pay their councillors who hold portfolios additional rent. Most of them seem to pay the deputy chairs of committees additional rent. And there's a range of different models in there. What I like about the model that Councillor Bowkey has put forward is that it's the deputy mayor at a loading of 44%, which I think is reflective of the additional workload that the deputy mayor carries. And then I went one step further and I looked at what deputy mayors get paid in the country. So starting at the highest, Christchurch pays their deputy mayor $137,000, Tauranga 135, Wellington 133, Hamilton 128, Dunedin 125. So for relativity, I think 144 would place the Farm District Council deputy mayor, not 144, that's the percentage. 120 bits of paper in front of me now.
124.
127 would put the farmers ahead of Dunedin and $1,000 behind Hamilton. So I think that that's probably fair and equitable and defendable. And I am equally mindful that there's incredible workload coming for every elected member in this chamber. And I thought it might be almost impossible to try and capture every single committee and external appointment that elected members sit on. So by sticking to recognised portfolios and recognised committee structures, probably about as fair as we can get it. So that's it from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Court. I'm going to speak against the alternate motion for a number of reasons. Not for the work that's gone into it or trying to find a better way to put the puzzle together, which is something that this is my third term we've never really got right. The first time I sat at this table and it come across, we had a deputy mayor rate, chair rate, a deputy chair rate, no remuneration across portfolios per se, and then the other two was myself and another councillor. We ended up disbanding the deputy chair rate and allocating that across the four, acknowledging that the chairs of committees would have a higher workload. I went off that premise when we put this together to try and figure out, and there's never, the other thing too was that we were uncomfortable at that time, 3 years ago, to have a single councillor on a lower rate than everyone else, and that work should be distributed accordingly. So I appreciate that there is structure to how this has been allocated, but it still puts one of our own councillors on a lower rate than anyone else at this table, and that's something that I am uncomfortable with because everyone's doing that. The other part of this is that portfolios. I agree with the premise that deputy mayor should have a different voting, that a chair and potentially even a deputy, if you can find the right way to plug it together, should have a different voting. But portfolios themselves are a non-statutory governance structure that is very much a coalition of the willing. It is an ability, and we've got amendments that are coming our way to very much clarify those, clarify that, but that portfolios are a way for us to have an appropriate lens as governance into operations, all right? And they are, the ones that have been proposed were based off all of your surveys around things that you were specifically interested in. Rather than having the chief executive or SLT members coming to me to moan every single day when you're trying to have a better look at these work streams that our staff are doing, a portfolio is the appropriate mechanism to be able to do that. And that's why I was excited to sit as our Te Ao Māori portfolio councillor, as a councillor in my very first term here, to sit with our Te Hono staff and look at the beautiful things that they had going on and to offer my insights into what it looked like as well. But they are optional for you. As the Mayor, the powers I have are to establish committees, appoint a Deputy Mayor and make appointments to those committees. For those committees, I have apportioned it across what your survey results said, and then said who else wants. Councillor Smulders, particularly, I try to keep our Te Hoia committee to just committee chairs because that's a bigger workload and they're going to get paid more, and that's how it was my first term in this council. But Coalition of the Willing, if you're keen to be a part of something specifically, then we want that energy and passion in that work stream. And today, again, I think we're going to have Councillor Hauki Harawira added to another one of our committees because she wanted to be on there. In my first term, Mayor Carter, to make it fair, everyone said, choose 2 committees. If you want more, that's up to you because you have that passion for it. I kept to my 2. I think Councillor Stratford at that time was on every single committee because she wanted to be on every single committee as well as being a chair. But this mahi is Coalition of the Willing. What do you want to bring to it? How do you want to influence that? I wanted to bring this paper before we go to our committee structure and our portfolios, because this paper could influence or determine what those ones actually look like. If you are not going to be satisfied with the remuneration or that it doesn't acknowledge the workload, you have the ability to opt out of some of those committees and those portfolios that have been prefaced in this agenda here today. But coming to the Deputy Mayor one, because that's what it has been coming down to, the role of the Deputy Mayor is to support the Mayor and the Council. The only person really who has an understanding of the expectation and the loading that that requires is probably going to be me, as the Mayor or previous Deputy Mayors. If I could go back in time as a little councillor, I would have spoken in favour of our Deputy Mayor of that time of having a higher loading. I understand how other councils, some councils I think give their Deputy Mayors, it's very much just a ceremonial position I think, but I don't think that they adequately remunerate their Deputy Mayors. If I could have gone back in time to when I was Mayor in the previous term of that Deputy Mayor, I would have changed the loading to reflect the significant workload that carries. I have been fortunate enough to come back in as Mayor, and so I have reflected that it's not on the person, it's on the position of what that truly means. And I acknowledge that we will be the highest should this fail and the original motion come up. But I think I would like to set standard across local government around what that should actually truly reflect. Some of the numbers I looked into were a little bit different. But I know that other councils like us are only just putting this paper across the table, so we have to go off what we already have. I think Tauranga Cities would be higher than ours. Rotorua's Deputy Mayor's on 155,000. I acknowledge that they are committee chairs as well. That's their most recent one. I am speaking against this. I understand its merits, but I also have a preference for the originals that we put across there, also noting that we will have a midterm governance review over remuneration, appointments, and that our base salary, even from just the very lowest that no one would be on, but the lowest the REM authority determines we could be on as an elected member, is still the 7th highest in the country. I don't think it's enough. Compared to private sector and all of that sort of thing, it's never going to truly reflect the amount of work that's here. But I am speaking against this motion today. Councillor Stratford.
Just for clarity, that base is 71 something, isn't it, Aisha? Not 80.
79,117.
Thank you. I too am speaking against the motion, and I have our rationale for the Deputy Mayor and Chair of Committees declaration that we did as a council in October 2019. And it was about a 51% loading for the deputy mayor then, and it has stayed, relative to that number for my term last term, and so I feel very uncomfortable with a reduction this term, knowing full well the weight of that role, and I've got some, you can't compare the deputy mayor role, extra commitments and that extra weighting unless you know full well what they're doing. As Michael said, they're supporting him in his role, keeping abreast of all the issues facing councils and the committee chairs and SLT, and deputising for the mayor at the drop of a hat should that need arise, representing the council all the time, and it's less, I'm not deputy mayor now, so I feel the weight of responsibility has gone, but it's on the deputy mayor as it is on the mayor. Ensuring that council is represented in local, regional and national settings, so when the mayor can't be there, they're up in Te Huku or, Bay of Islands Whanganui Ward if none of the other councillors can be there, which happened a lot last term. Working closely with, I said already, SLT, but sometimes there's staff that need some guidance. They come to the deputy mayor when the mayor's not available to see what they need to do to work with this elected member or that piece of engagement. Providing political leadership, promoting and supporting good governance, and assisting with all the civic duties that the mayor has to carry out. I also would like to add that, if we're going to sit here and compare the weight of an elected member's role, like a portfolio can be as big as you want to make it, but there are some elected members around this table who are going to be excessively busy because of their role in economic development or cycle trails. There are things that, if we write into it and compare workloads, I don't think you want to go there, because you might find that your remuneration will be lower than some others. So I am not supporting the amendment, but I do commend you for doing the work, Councillor Balke. And we have a timeline for this to be approved at this meeting or a meeting before the 30th of January next year. Otherwise, it's not looked at again until, early March or something. And then our pay for those in committee chair roles and the deputy mayor is not going to be paid out by governance until that process has taken place. Yeah, that pay. Order.
I'm going to go to, I've got Councillor Rakina, then Councillor Foy, then Councillor Research. Councillor Rakina.
I te moko puna o te reina maunga, ani ka kurawa kia. I see where the member is coming from in terms of the amendment, but I will be voting against this. I don't know why we're sitting here wasting time about these things, having a discussion, comparing the Whanganui District Council to other councils and what they pay their deputy mayors. We don't need to debate on what the mayors receive at each council, regional council, district council, because that's set by the Rem Authority. However, we delight ourselves in commentary and feedback and comparing what our deputy mayor should be receiving. We have two previous deputy mayors sitting around our table. I remember when the remuneration was set in end of 2022 for the previous deputy mayor, which was in an uncomfortable state, and that deputy mayor of the time wanted to decline the numbers sitting next to their name, I would have thought that past deputy mayors would understand the workload that is placed upon them. I would have expected past deputy mayors to have talked and to lobbied with those who support this amendment at the workload that is placed upon the shoulders of the deputy mayor of the time. I would expect councillors and all elected members to support each other in all of our roles. I would expect us to understand the commitments of specifically a Māori ward councillor voted at large by the whole district and those constituents who are on the Māori roll. We are not placed in wards. The deputy mayor is not placed in a ward. Deputy mayor is voted at large throughout the whole district and has placed upon their shoulders the responsibilities of the mayor at the time. The deputy mayor is practically the mayor when the mayor is not present or is unable to make duties day and night, night and day, 24/7, 365. So I'm disappointed and I'm actually really disgusted that we're sitting here talking about the remuneration, but we're not talking about the expectations of the deputy mayor for the triennium of 2025 to 2028. And I find it very conspicuous that we have two numbers sitting next to two names that are exactly the same. So I implore onto all of our voting members around our council table to not protocol this amendment and let's get on with it. We have got bigger things to worry about. We're wasting time. Kia ora mai tātou.
I'll go to Councillor Foy, then Councillor Research, then Councillor Smolders.
The current motion, which I can't see anymore, but if you could bring that up. I just wanted to note that I don't think that there was any malice in any of the motions that was presented. I can understand that there's very logic, there's a percentage. I'm a person that likes to see numbers and a approach in terms of logic behind why an idea is presented. However, I also recognise the reason that the mayor and the chairs of committees exist is because moko can decide at any time to have that structure or as our mayor or change it at any time, including portfolios, including any of those decisions about our council as a whole. So in terms of what was presented, what I was wanting to hear is his whakaaro, his ideas and his rationale around why he chose the structure, why he chose remuneration, and also he's recognised that he at any time could change that. So although I commend the logic behind the amendment or the alternate motion, I won't be supporting the motion at this time to recognise Mea Moko's mana and his ability to change that at any time, and also recognising that I actually agree with the structure that has been proposed in terms of having chairs, in terms of the portfolios as well. I do have to recognise that roading is a really big portfolio. So it doesn't seem to have any additional remuneration around that. And I did want to recognise that to the council and to our mayor. Just in this discussion now, our mayor Moko may take that into account, but I just wanted to make my debate in support of our mayor Moko.
Thank you. I have had I'm going to allow everyone to speak to this because I think it's important enough that you should actually be able to speak to it if you wish. So I'll go to Councillor Research, then Councillor.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Just want to acknowledge previous Deputy Mayor Kelly and the comments. The deputy mayor and mayor role is a really difficult role. So and I've seen the toll, and I've seen it sort of get a bit better with that load taken off it. So it is a difficult role, so I just want to acknowledge that. And the comments there, and also the other comment is there are a lot of things else that we're doing in there too, which has to be taken into account. And I do, and some of those things that were raised there, I know there's no malice intended in all this, and it's a good bit of work, but it's just a case of local wood has done well. It's actually a temporary position. It's not going to be a long one. And also in the past, never in the past have we actually expected councillors to be rewarded to be on community boards. And I don't think we should, to be honest, because that's just basically assisting and helping community boards and helping with their workload, and they are not being rewarded. I think they should be. That's just a comment.
Thank you, Councillor Smulders.
I support it because the remuneration framework is principled, transparent and proportionate, and compared to the other one. Neither of them are ideal. So I question why the deputy mayor, and it's not a personal thing, it's a deputy mayor, when across the country we're seeing a 17 to 44% up. Ours has an 86% upload. And so I'm just not comfortable with that. So if we were to rebalance that element of it, I think would be a fairer picture. So would I then present another amendment, or how does that work in the chambers?
You'd like to propose an amendment to this? So we are currently discussing and be voting on this ultimate motion from Councillor Bowkey and Councillor Court.
Yes.
And your amendment would be?
That council accept you just scrolled down there, Alicia. Sorry.
I can type it. So
that we then take off the portfolio element and we keep the deputy mayor at 44% uploading, which would then be higher because the base would be bigger.
Do you have a seconder to that amendment?
Sorry, just for clarification, you're saying to leave the deputy mayor loading at 44%?
Correct. But the base has gone higher, so her amount of 44% would also rise with that tide.
So that is what the current weighting is. So if we're removing portfolios, each of them would need to change because the pool would be greater.
No, the pool would remain the same, but instead of having an 86% uploaded, it would be 44.
Can I leave that as a foreshadowed amendment, because I do not think from the numbers from hearing from everyone that this is going to pass in any case, and then we can consider it then. So I will put the motion as stated, not the amendment, the alternate motion. All those in favour of that, please raise your hands.
Was I allowed to do a closing statement?
Oh, I'm so apologise. Yes, you absolutely were.
All right.
Right of reply, Councillor Bowkey.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for the record that I certainly do not delight in analysing roles, remuneration or undermining anyone's responsibility, their workload, their value, their past and present and future workloads, or any role that they have at all. It was simply to offer an alternative option, which obviously hasn't been discussed a lot in the past. And just to, I appreciate being able to give the option to discuss these things from a different perspective, which I believe we should all freely be able to do, which is what I was doing. So thank you.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands. Those opposed? Abstentions? And Councillor Halkiad-Harawira, I didn't capture your vote there. Would you like your votes recorded against, or are you happy for it to just have been lost? Lost.
Oh, she's coming.
Against, thank you.
Thank you. I took your a foreshadowed amendment which had different loading, so we will put that up, please, and I'll need a second for that.
We wait till so we can read it again, please.
So
Well, while we're waiting for that to come up, because at some point I'll end up speaking about this, but just in response, because I was at the move, I didn't respond to your questions, but we'll ram this into it. I understand we're trying to use other councils as a basis. We're trying to find a better way forward, and the sticking point is the deputy mayor remuneration for men. Like I shared, unless you've been a deputy mayor or unless you are mayor as the mayor, you will never truly understand or be able to qualify. And when I was a councillor previously, I would have been the same where you are right now, but now I understand. And I would go back to 2019 as a new councillor, and I would have upped the deputy mayor of that time's pay under Mayor Carter, because I think that they were very much enacting for most of those 3 bits. Same again for this last term. If I could have gone back, I would have upped the remuneration for the deputy mayor again. The deputy mayor, and the reason why I don't say names is because it could change tomorrow. It's a role. The deputy mayor is going to be under significant pressure for this next term. It's very likely that I'm going to be a regional councillor for the next 3 years. Who do you think is going to be stepping up? Because they have to, the deputy mayor. I am the chair of the Northern Mayoral Forum. We have to get our hustle on. It is very likely that while I have stepped away from local government New Zealand, that I'm going to be called to more regional responsibilities, and who is going to be here meeting with our CE, meeting with our staff, being at the beck and call of every single one of the 29 other elected members, including the mayor, 24/7, the deputy mayor. They have to oversee, with an external, we're giving that support, the employment obligations we have as employers to lead that with our chief executive. It is a significant responsibility being the deputy mayor. We have portfolios that are being proposed. They are being proposed to enable us to have a better mechanism of communication 2 ways with our staff. Roading wasn't proposed as a specific portfolio because I had thought roading is actually much bigger than just having to put it on only Councillor Bauke or Councillor Court's shoulders. So I do acknowledge they are our Regional Transport Committee appointees, and Councillor Court specifically for the Road Controlling Authority as well. But roading is a responsibility that sits on all of our shoulders, but specifically so on Councillor Foy's shoulders. She is remunerated accordingly as a committee chair, and then the interface between her, our RCA member, our RTC members, and our rural roading working group chair and overseer Councillor Rakina is very important, as well as all the other committee members that sit over there. So I hadn't seen it as a portfolio, but we have got a proposal to bring that in as a specific portfolio so that we can have that proper correspondence across there, but it is much bigger than solely sitting on it. At what point do we then stop with what is a portfolio? Because if roading is a portfolio and we need that, then equally so Joint Regional Economic Development, that Councillor Bauke and Councillor Vucic, they oversee the Shareholders Council for Northland Inc. Or where does it stop for the portfolio of civil defence on Councillor Stratford's shoulders? She's also the Deputy Chair of our Joint Civil Defence Emergency Management Group. In the last term, had to declare a regional state of emergency as the chair. Went through Cyclone Gabrielle, Cyclone Tam. There were a couple of other ex-tropical cyclones, ex-tropical cyclone Hail, about 20 civil defence worthy storms, 2 bushfire summers, a drought summer, significant workload sitting on their shoulders. It's not a set portfolio and isn't remunerated accordingly. These roles are never going to be remunerated accordingly or have a better fit. But through the one that I've proposed, should we fall back to that if this amendment from Councillor Smulders fails, we will go to the original agenda one. Is there to acknowledge the loading on the Deputy Mayor and on the committee chairs to upset this waka alongside myself.
Sorry, if I understood it, Councillor Small element as additional responsibility. That's not in the original motion from the agenda. So it's because that motion failed, we can put a new motion on the table for debate. Councillor Smulders' motion to remove remuneration for portfolios may not be necessary. If we revert, well, it wouldn't be necessary if we revert to the original motion.
But the the deputy would drop down from 160 to 100 and...
So then your foreshadowed amendment would become a different amendment. It wouldn't be to remove remuneration for portfolios and then leave the...
There's nothing on for portfolios on the table, is what you're saying.
Correct. So if you wanted to move, if the Mayor's giving you the opportunity to move a new motion so that we've got something to debate, it could be based on what was on the report with a reduced rate for the Deputy Mayor role, which would then increase the base salary.
And proportionately for the committee chairpersons as well. Because they would also rise. Oh, through the base. Yes, correct. Yes, that one.
So you're wanting it to be...
What I'll do is, just for the sake of us, of my chairing, and it's already 3 o'clock, and we've got some of the papers on here, is I am going to default to you can bring it as an amendment to the original because it will change. So we're going to go to the agenda original, which I will move, seconded by Councillor Stratford, but we are going to have an amendment from Councillor Smulders to switch the loading to 44% for the Deputy Mayor, and what was it for chairs?
Oh, all the rest stays the same because the base will go up, so everybody else will go up.
The committee chairs would be at a percentage rate or at 110?
It's a deputy mayor. I think she's just saying to 44% the deputy and then the remainder gets shared out between the councillors.
Can we have an adjournment to get the wording right on this, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Sitting around here.
We're going to have a 5-minute adjournment till 3 o'clock. An amendment from Councillor Smulders that the Deputy Mayor be on 140, chairpersons on 110, with the base salary increasing for the remaining councillors to 89,705. If I could have a seconder for that, please.
I will, just for the interest of debate and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Barkley. Councillor Smulders, I will go to you to speak to your amendment.
Thank you. I support this new model that's been, because it meets the legal standards, it acknowledges everybody's role, it has a fair percentage of uploads, and it's principled, transparent and proportionate. It directly aligns with the Remunerations Authority statutory intent that the remuneration reflects actual and allocated responsibilities. And I think it upholds all of those requirements, and I'm voting for it because it's fair. Well done.
Councillor Barkley.
I think it's a good middle ground if we're looking for that. Very similar to the original, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. Support it.
Any other members like to speak to it? I'm going to speak against this amendment as well. And actually, everyone's commentary, and can I just please ask that we got a long day still to go, and we're going to be voting to extend our time, unless you want to come back on I'll be here all the way till the 24th at midday, actually probably beyond midday, like most days I'm here at 7 p.m. But we're going to likely need an extraordinary meeting to get through this, and that's on our staff as well. So I'm going to try and chair us through this, but I need you all to help me out there. Everybody's comments that come across this table in some way, shape or form. I hope nobody take anything personally. For me, to the members that brought the original amendment, Councillor Balke, I did not perceive it any other way than as a way to try and highlight with numbers and transparency how they looked. But there's still, everyone said that all of these roles of the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor's not around. The Deputy Mayor is the co-mayor. They're doing all the same work at the same time. And things that you'll never understand until you become there. The weight of this role. Which was also why I actually wasn't going to run again, because of the weight of this role. Turned around, and I am genuinely excited for this term, for my next term. And I require the Deputy Mayor to be remunerated accordingly. If it was accordingly, the Deputy Mayor would be on, for me, any Deputy Mayor in the last term, and the term before that, and every bloody term, would be sitting on 181,545 as well. Or let's say 44. Then you get $1 more. Because the mahi that the Deputy Mayor does is exactly the same mahi that the Mayor has to do. So I do speak against this, and unless there's anyone else, I'll go back to Councillor Smulders for right of reply. Councillor Lake.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be speaking against this, but I did want to straighten out some of the kōrero from my previous speech, and to clarify that it was not an attack on any members, yet a way to justify and incorrectly use some terms to support my argument.
Sure, thank you for that clarification, Councillor Akina. Councillor Smulders, right of reply.
Oh, thank you for everybody allowing this to go through the process. I think it's an important aspect, and it acknowledges all our work, and the time that it's taken clearly is longer than what we had thought, and to allow us to go for that. And I support this as a more fairer model.
Sure, I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. Those abstaining.
Can I add this? That it's entirely up to you. But the ultimate decision is the remuneration authorities. That all options, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed, are presented to the remuneration.
No, yeah, I'm happy for us to go through.
Need to be this resolution that goes.
No, we send the resolution as what it becomes, but to send the options to see what they say about it is what you're suggesting.
Legally, that's consistent.
Yeah. So that has failed. If it's an amendment, is it a substantive motion or just goes back to the original? I'm going to put the original motion to the vote.
One second.
All those in favour, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, raise your hands, please. Recorded. And those abstaining, recorded. Abstention from Councillor Gowrie. The motion is carried. Thank you for the recorded. We are now going to go to something nice and easy, the adoption of our committee terms of reference, item 7.2, that you can find on page 80. The recommendation is that Council adopt the attached terms of reference for the committees. Te puaka, te miromiro, te hokoia, te poko, te puia, te pupa, and te pipi kararoa. Sorry, I'm going to move it with on page 93 with the te puia membership update, not with Mr. McGlynn, though I hope he would apply against me external, but then it should just say external because those roles have not been decided on yet until TPP Federal Committee's up and running. And also I'm moving it with the addition of Councillor Helga Harawira to TPP. And I will need a seconder, please. Seconded by Councillor David. Like everything, some things are set aside actually. Committee terms of reference, these are living documents. Throughout the last term, when we didn't have a committee governance structure, it was pretty much just full council, they evolved as the term went on. Where we see we need to change terms of reference, we bring the paper back and we change terms of reference accordingly. But what I do want is something on the table to start with so that these legally exist with terms of reference to operate within so that we can get underway and get some mahi done in the new year that is very close by. So I am commending these as they are. I know there might be some amendments, but I would like us to just get started. Councillor Shepherd. Oh, sorry, there's more writing on my sheet. Corrections, removals based on legal services. Page 102, under the heading, the committee has delegated authority to bullet point 3, correction, and section 42(3)(a) of the Local Government Act. Do you want these specifically to check them? It looks like just legal little things that need to be tidied.
That's te kukupā. What is that?
Page 102. Under the heading, the committee has delegated authority to bullet point 3 as a correction and section 42 brackets 3 close bracket bracket A close bracket of the Local Government Act 02. Under the heading, the committee does not have the authority to bullet point 1 remove unless specifically delegated by council.
Double check me.
So, there are a few references throughout all the chosen reference documents that we have since the really accurate. So, what's in front of Kaika on the run sheet asks for an amendment to correct a legislation reference that is currently incorrect and actually doesn't exist, as well as a reference that gives an unfair expectation that there is the opportunity for council to delegate the power to create a bylaw. That is something that council can't specifically cannot delegate. Also, for example, make recommendations. Yeah, so we can make, a committee can make a recommendation on amendments to a strategy bylaw at any point, but council cannot delegate to anyone, anything, the power to create a bylaw. So we thought if we remove unless delegated to the council, then it's just clear that a delegation will never happen.
That bracketed unless specifically delegated by council was meant to be before the all bylaws.
Yeah, apologies, that was one.
Yeah.
But there are a few things
Because
like
there are
that.
strategies and policies that we have done at committee level.
So there are a few things like those two examples that we have since realised are incorrect within the terms of reference. And what might be easier is to provide a delegation from council to, for instance, a committee chairperson and the chief executive or to agree some technical amendments to ensure that purpose. But why we recommend that you adopt a document today is so that we can actually start the scheduling of the meeting.
Right, so it's been moved and seconded as is with that legal corrections. I do have a foreshadowing amendment from the smallest though, which is that the Whanau District Council amend the terms of reference for te koko, te huia, te kipupa, te koikoia, and te pipi wharewa to incorporate the governance controls proposed by Councillor Smulders in the agenda table on pages 82 to 85, including but not limited to explicit advisory status for te huaka, embedding viewability and impact criteria, strengthened financial and capital oversight functions, transparent external appointment processes, mandatory performance and accountability measures for CCOs and the chief executive. And you could bring those up for me, please.
Do you want each of the sites from the table?
No, just the amendment, please, because I will seek a seconder for the amendment.
Great.
So on table 82 to 85, Councillor Smulders has proposed amendments and rationale, and staff have provided responses to those. The amendment on the table is that those governance controls proposed. I will require a seconder for this.
Just for a point of clarification, page 84 includes some recommendations when we were compiling the reference.
Councillor Smulders says amendment includes Councillor Foy's as well.
Okay.
I'll need a seconder. It fails for lack of a seconder, so we go back to the original. Councillor Thetford.
So are we having that council adopt the attached to the reference to authority committee, blah, 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 and that the CE and chairs with governance guidance or legal guidance complete minor.
So some provide advice no matter what that delegation looks like.
So we don't need that note.
It would be appreciated if we can have a.
Did you catch that, Dolly?
Or an additional point that.
Yeah, but you're going to have to anyway. I mean, you do this and then if it's not legal, you have to bring it back to us anyway.
Yeah, yes, cool. Okay, well, I have nothing to add. Just appreciate Councillor Court and GM Roger for our impromptu gatherings to get to this. Blame Roger for that sentence being wrong. It was okay when I had it last.
No blame here, thank you. You've already had a
I mean it in a
clarification.
pretty clear way.
No.
Was there something else of mine? I saw Belinda's hand go up. I know what she's going to bring up. Yeah, I'll leave that to her.
I'm going to go to Councillor Foy and then to Chairboard. Councillor Foy.
Two things. For the policy and strategy books, that's the Cooper. For Te Cooper, under responsibilities, I had a question about including the Resource Management Act reforms information, because it's going to be a huge amount of both information and matters to discuss. That is probably better at a committee level than going to all of council, and we can have more discussion both with regulatory, so resource consents, as well as policy and broadens. So I can't table that because it does say considering and recommending council. It talks about Resource Management Act functions. Essentially, it's going to be no more Resource Management Act. It's going to be the new acts. So that is my question about, do we include a sentence to reflect Resource Management Act reform matters? Just
encapsulate. Is that one of the points that's on the table, or is that?
No, that's the new one. That was a new one.
From point to consider resource management possible aspects.
Yeah, just to enable that to generate now in terms of responsibility, because it is that delegation. So the committee has already
It says, so currently Te Kukuwha says that it's Resource Management Act, which is no longer going to exist soon. So we're changing it to Resource Management Reform. So that anything to do with it goes to your committee.
So my other matters are on page 84. And we don't have Tanya here, we have Shelley.
Shelley.
So Shelley is a qualified engineer, and she has a lot of expertise, so really great for you to come to. So basically all of the tables there on page 84 are what I have suggested to update the terms of reference, and I've also spoken to Tanya about that. She was in support of those matters that I've included there. And I did want to discuss, though, the value of the delegation, because previously we had a $3 million delegation value, but I'm not sure if we need to have a value or if it's unlimited as long as it's in the non-sustainable process. Is that how it works?
That's reflected in the proposed document. There is no cap measures included.
So my question is, if it's an unbudgeted item and it's associated with the I don't know.
Then it has to come to council.
It has to come to council. So is that the intent, or could we have an unbudgeted expenditure up to X amount?
No, because the X amount will be $1 million.
Correct.
The council, please. Yeah.
Okay. So those are, I don't know what the motion is. There are 4 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes.
My recollection of when these were raised at the workshop we had was that the terms of reference don't have to specifically say them. As chair, you've got discretion to make all this stuff happen. I'm hearing that you would like to have it specifically written, but then, well, the reason why I'm giving word of caution here is then I don't want the other chairs to then specifically start adding stuff in, and then we're going to be here for another 3 hours. So are you happy that the staff have said that we don't specifically need to have these in the terms of reference, but that the scope of all of this is at your discretion as chair to require through your committee?
So I'm happy I mean, this is all recorded, to acknowledge that. I also note that a lot of my things do relate to procurement, because I feel like that's a giant handbrake about how we procure, how we scope. So I think that we need to do more work between finance and infrastructure in terms of how the significant projects and not only reported but actually scoped and procured.
Chair Ward, then Councillor Rakina, then Councillor Smulders.
Thanks, Look, I'm just in a bit of a haze over here. I'm looking at this and I'm looking at what community board put into this, and we've yet to have our agreement and our agreement sorted in allocations. So I'm looking at option 3 on page 82 and also looking at these committees, and there's several of them there that our delegations come under and fit into. And then the next report also has members and portfolios in item 7.5. So are we jumping the gun? Are we putting the cart before the horse here, or are we just assuming that we're just going to do this and community board's just going to is that how it's going to be?
That is going to take too long to have a meaningful discussion and come up with our course. Our course will determine how, just like I said at the start, the terms of reference will then change to reflect change delegation, things like that. But we need to have these committees set up and get underway. Deferring deciding these today will mean that all of that still sits at the full council level, and it is going to further impede our ability to have agile democracy. I absolutely acknowledge the fact, though, that we have made a commitment, a verbal commitment, and I have as the mayor to our community boards. We are going to seriously sit down and look and come up with a relationship accord that could include delegation. And this is, I don't want to get into a workshop setting, but delegation comes with additional responsibility that you are not currently remunerated for, or that the organisation is not set up to achieve. That's why it is a longer horse or cart or whatever to actually getting these up and running, which is what I want to do. So I acknowledge what you've said.
So at this point, I can take comfort in the fact that the terms of reference can be amended down the track.
Absolutely. Every 4 weeks. Councillor Rakina, then Councillor Smulders.
Kia ora, Kaika. So just confirming the terms of references for these committees, we're solidifying them for the time being, or are we going to come back? Is it worth just doing it now? Well, we're going to come back later on and do it anyways. Okay. Just want to confirm that I would assume, based on my last fortnight's conversation, is that I'm the only committee chair that has not met with a staff member to sort out my terms of references. I'd only just found out that I was supposed to do that last Tuesday. So I apologise for the quick addition to my terms of references. But if there is anything else to add in the future, then I'll bring that back to the company table. So, so my addition then I'll pass on to the GGs as well on page 89. So this will be the ad, oversee Te Whaiuta. Ad continues with the development and implementation of Te Whaiuta. And all committee members to have full speaking and voting rights, which was already there, but I'm making sure that there's a steering wheel to the Ferrari. Point 1, there's some slight changes in the wording. Build and sustain genuine high trust relationships based on Te Hakaputanga and Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Point number 4, develop and approve frameworks for partnership, engagement, monitoring and reporting. Point 7, provide direction to the governing body on relationship strategies and opportunities. Point 10, direct to council as appropriate in conducting and maintaining effective, good faith working relationships with te iwi Māori, for example, iwi hapu environmental management plans, IHEMS. Point 9.
Have you got them written down?
Yes, I've already sent them through to Robin.
As second, I'm happy to just include all of the amendments that people have been picking up. Right, well, does that conclude those? Councillor Rakina, and acknowledge that you, like our other chairs and deputies, did not meet with our staff members to be able to. I'll come to her next because she's not on my list. I'm going to go to Councillor Smulders next.
Hello. Actually, apologies. It's page 82 to 84, and I snuck in on your page there. Councillor Foy, sorry about that. I just want to begin by acknowledging the terms of reference that need to be clear and detailed, and I have put mine forward. They've gone then through council staff who have rejected them, and now we have some being put forward by Councillor Rakina that don't go through staff and have now made it onto there. For my tuaka, I was wanting advisory only with no co-governance drift, transparent iwi nomination processes, annual budgeting reporting, and every one of these recommendations was rejected. The staff rationale states that the committee is intended to act in more than an advisory capacity. For Te Koko, I asked for affordability and rating impacts to be primary decision criteria. Rejected. For Te Mirumiru, I asked for strengthened oversight of capital delivery and cost reduction. Rejected. For Te Huia, I asked that the CEO performance KPIs reflect affordability outcomes for ratepayers. Rejected. And the procurement and delivery efficiency improvement I suggested, which aligned with Councillor Ford, was also dismissed entirely. So I just want to say that I'm trying to avoid scope creep, which is what I'm hearing at the tipu today. We're trying to ensure affordability. We're trying to improve capital delivery. These concerns are real. I'm not prepared to adopt these terms of reference, and I offer that in good faith. And I wonder how I can present them for staff and they will be rejected, and then other ones are presented and put up on the board and voted for.
Just clarifying, Councillor Smulders, staff provided responses. We rejected the proposed amendments. This table here, by lack of a seconder, it wasn't staff who rejected them. They've given some response. It was the elected members that sit around this table that did not include them in. And the ones that are all up there, you all have the ability to vote them down. I'm acknowledging Councillor Rakin has brought some in because his was the only terms of reference that didn't actually get him to have a sit down with staff, GM, to be able to go over there.
And they're huge and they're massive.
Feel better, my rejected. Interesting.
Annual plan and long-term plan adoption are going to be heaps of fun. Detail.
We have a novel.
What I will do is to make it fair as it can be. I am going to get Councillor Rakina's Te Kuaka amendments as an amendment to the motion, but he will require a seconder. Councillor Allen, Councillor Rakina, if you'd like to speak as mover of these amendments, but I feel like we've captured the essence of it. Councillor Allen, would any members like to speak for or against the amendments for Te Kuakakara?
I'll speak for, although I haven't seen these until now, listening to and seeing them up there, they are in line with what we've already been doing as a council, as Te Kuaka, and yeah, a lot of our district is set in an unsettled space. It is a massive opportunity for this council to be in positive relationships with iwi and hapu. And I think that all those see us in good stead, all those championing shared decision making. Yeah, all that.
Councillor Floyd?
I just wanted to check in terms of delegations if the word direct council can be used. I know that we've got it out.
The same wording's used in other committee references.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I just wasn't sure in terms of delegation.
Staff member support?
Chair, I think it's a matter of question direction in terms of delegations. It's more a question in terms of the chief executive's responsibilities and to the staff. So it was generally directions through the chief executive.
Councillor Smulders?
We are a organisation, we are not a crown. So I'm uncomfortable with the words that we have a relationship based on he whakaputanga and he wharehi. And that is a crown initiative and we are an organisation.
Any commentary from staff?
Through the chair, section 4 of the Local Government Act and a number of other provisions under Part 2 and Part 6 of the Act speak to the issue of responsibility of local government to facilitate the involvement of Māori in decision-making process for local government as part of a recognition of the Crown's responsibilities under Te Tiriti of Waikato. I can't comment on the status of he whakaputanga, but I'm conscious that it appears in our Te Kaiwara.
Thank you. Councillor Rakina, right of reply. No, but the amendment.
You can give it to.
Can I give it to Councillor Mike? Sorry.
Right of reply. Tēnā
Right
koutou.
of reply.
Te tērā kōrero, or just
Before we vote on the.
not papai.
Haere te mea mea kōrero, but mena kaihi.
Yeah, right here, yeah. Paitoko marika ana e nei panonitanga, and just also in support of the inclusion of he whakaputanga in ensuring we build meaningful relationships with hapu and iwi. It's imperative that we understand the history of the rohe that we are privileged to sit at this table and represent, and he whakaputanga is a major part of that history. And so in having that in there, it supports Councillor Rakina here and the kāhui of this committee to ensure that our hapu, our iwi, our mana whenua can see quite clearly the value placed on the hitori and their whakapapa and the tūpuna who continue to direct it.
Lovely. I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour, raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Or abstentions?
I'll abstain because I.
Abstention from Councillor Brauke, Councillor and against Councillor Smulders. That forms a substantive motion now, which I am moving. Councillor Stratford to second that again. That reopens for anyone to speak to these, or I will put the substantive motion now. All those in favour say aye, raise your hands. Aye. Those opposed? Councillor Smulders recorded. Yes. Any abstentions? That is carried. All right, let's go to something super easy. Establishment of portfolio. Page 106 of your agenda, item 3. We have a recommendation that a council adopt the attached terms of reference and establish community trust participation and engagement portfolio. Kōkako, Youth Education and Leadership Pathways portfolio, Housing Delivery and Partnerships portfolio, and Affordability and Value for Communities portfolio. I will move again. I'll second this over before I skip to this. Thank you. Portfolios. They are what you make of them. They are the ability to delve in deeper into things. And just like our committee terms of reference, every 4 weeks they can come back, the terms of reference for us to have a look at. I understand that we've got some objectives there that have been suggested as options to be changed for them. I am moving it as they are, and I will ask Councillor Smulders to move an amendment to achieve those. I would like to offer now Councillor Bradford to speak to the motion of the Opening up the floor. Councillor Floyd.
For the vote of page 108, I don't know if this is correct because I don't think this sounds like how we would operate. It says that portfolio holders can only talk to the media with written approval of the media.
That's an option that was put up as a potential amendment that is not on the table right now. And should it come up, then I will speak against that because I do not have time to get
exactly.
to breathe or to sneeze or to within your ward area, within your portfolio responsibilities, within your committee seats. I think that you are all beautiful enough to be able to ascertain where you could fall into reputational risk for our council as a whole, and where it's the more time that you'd like to give to our council area to get us thinking very hard. I would say. Any other members?
We've moved option without changes, option 1.
We are moving option 1, adoption without changes. All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I take this back. This needs to be moved with roading as a portfolio.
Yeah.
Took it from your earlier conversation there, Michael, that you didn't consider roading as a portfolio, so I didn't.
Can I just, for clarity for our Chief Executive, Councillor Court, Councillor Balfi, Councillor Rakina, Councillor Foy do not need roading to be a portfolio to have access to roading staff or to have meetings and get the information that they require to do their roles across the Road Controlling Authority, the Regional Transport Committee, for the North Hokianga Rural Roading Working Group, or potentially to be established Ngāti Hine or a Kirikiri Urban Transport or West Transport Chief. That's why we would set up a portfolio to enable them to do that. I would just want that clarity and understanding that the roles that they all occupy necessitate that connect. And based on that premise, are you happy with us not actually having a roading portfolio? Because if you still think that we require one, then I'll bring the one that you've tabled to this motion.
Position to answer that right.
That can happen.
Sorry. So I've got climate action, civil defence, cycle trail.
Appointments.
Yeah, so they're not portfolios, but I still have access to staff. I don't know, it's just me, but staff seek me out to have like monthly catch-ups, which is wonderful. So I don't know whether there needs to be a portfolio clarity around roading if we've got the C support for staff to keep doing that with roading or all the other external appointments that we have.
There was never any blockage for members to have access to roading staff. It was more the other way around. Road staff providing information.
Yeah.
But that's changed now.
Sure.
All right.
Can I just raise one concern in roading? If you have 4 people, where is your comfort that we're not all running off on tangents? If you're going to have 4 people with roading, I do think it needs a change of reference and it does need to be structured.
As a start of the 10, so it is happening, can we actually table your roading portfolio on your email through? And I think that naturally sits with the RTC member and alternate. And just like with other portfolios, your call-ons, your chair of transport and infrastructure, and also your chair of rural roading working groups that interface with that.
So just to, we do have terms of reference that were prepared by staff. They do relate specifically to the Road Controlling Authority and the Regional Land Transport Committee. They don't relate to roading in general. They are quite specific. I think that they'll probably do it for now.
How about we add a transport portfolio with, so that we are establishing it with terms of reference to come back to us in March? Because you'll be able to make them.
Have you got a mover and a seconder?
I was the mover and Chair Rudkin was the seconder. No one put their hand up. I was stretching before.
And the people that were wanting to speak still.
Yes, and whether anyone wanted to speak. Councillor Foy already spoke. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
14 things here, people. No, only joking, there's 4. The first is that these portfolios are not neutral. They're political instruments that have been drafted through a particular lens. We see this immediately on page 106 where the report states that portfolios allow councillors to shape policy in areas such as infrastructure, environment, multi-development, finance and community wellbeing. This is not a statutory requirement. It is not an operational need. It is a political choice. The second concern appears in the very next line, which says portfolios ensure balanced representation. Balanced representation is a phrase consistently used with this organisation to justify dual-track decision-making and partnership governance model. Again, this is not LGA language. It is political framing. The third concern is the explicit expectation that portfolios will shape policy and they're non-decision-making groups, yet the description of these are embedded in political influence. And fourth, my feedback, which sought to remove political influence, clarify boundaries and ensure a neutral LGA-aligned structure has not been incorporated. Therefore, I Opposed? Good. I'm getting faster.
Thank you, Councillor Swan. I'm now going to put the
I just have a question.
place.
What if I want to get in on the affordability and value?
Then you speak to those portfolio holders and request, and if you're nice to them, they might say yes. I don't see why anyone would say no to anyone who wants to put their hand up to be involved with that. But if they do, then, well, then we'll come to my office, but we go tell the budget. Right, I'm going to put the item, which includes rodeo portfolio with requests to come to each meeting. All those in favour, raise your hands, say aye. Those opposed, please raise your hands. Councillor Smulders, any abstentions? That is carried. Now we are going to go to something super easy, the adoption of our formal meetings calendar. That can be found on page 100.
Brilliant, after publishing what is Vita, staff realised that they capturing dates for a newly introduced monthly operation briefing sessions that started provide you with the updates on what each department is doing, and that's where we'll also be reporting the and resolutions and your members' reports. But we've got additional dates started in the run sheet. We'll add that to the list for adoptions for that purpose.
So let's find those. Let's follow the run sheet only. Sweet. Okay. So the recommendation is that Council adopt the 2026 formal meeting schedule with additional proposed dates for monthly operational briefings on the 19th of March, 16th of April, 21st of May, 11th of June, 9th of July, 13th of August, 10th of September, 8th of October, and 24th of November. MOBS is going to be the name according to my sheet. Those are going to be live streamed workshops, briefings, rather than council ones. So standing orders wouldn't apply, per se.
Standing orders wouldn't apply.
This is just to add it, but like you don't have to notify according to standing orders when these are happening. We're just noting these dates as when they're proposed to be, but we can be flexible with them. Do that later.
Yes, I would agree, because as you can see in the calendar, it's very busy and there's not one.
I also am going to have Councillor Foy move this and I'll second it, and I'm assuming it's on the premise that we have something to do with meeting in Te Hiku as well. If you can put that in, we'll add it as a part of the resolution.
And that, did you say a workshop?
That a workshop or a meeting.
We held what? At least once. At least once. At least once.
And summer when the watermelon.
When will your budget be completed?
Are you having at least one meeting in Te Hiku for that calendar year?
Yes, just one.
Formal meeting or potentially a workshop?
Either. At least one. Maybe they're three
Maybe
workshops.
let's try again.
I'm going to move that we have one in my head.
Oh, that's all right.
I have a feeling that it might be nice for us to potentially have one of our core workshop.
Russell.
But anyway, I'll leave it up to staff. I'm going to. I've got a number of hands up, but we've had Councillor Foy move. I have seconded. I'm going to go to Councillor Court, then Councillor Stratford, and me.
It's just a question, is it possible to populate this bilingually?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we have that so that we can see what's what? Because actually, if I'm being honest, I don't even know name these people.
You get them mixed up.
I don't know what they are.
You know what they are. I'm still struggling.
Colour codes.
Thank you.
next.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Stretford and Councillor Research.
Just as cheeky, first, you didn't ask for Te Kaupau to be held in Te Aku. So planting that seed. Sorry, governance. And there's, as Councillor Court stated our last week, Rivers Committee hui haven't been captured, and I'm already experiencing some clashes with, I think there's one today, and I've missed it. And then next year, and I've also asked Pita and his team to try and schedule Te Ruarangi not on our council days, which used to be called TTMAC, so that if we want to, we can attend those. But I'm not sure if you guys are having that affordable, but they're really valuable for things that we're doing that NRC are involved in as well. And hopefully even not having to repeat kōrero to us in engagement settings. But yeah, I just want to express that there are some council days where I'm going to have to go. Yeah, because we've got some big work happening.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, just on the previous chair. Noted some clashes, and I'm just thinking about the 13th of the continuous chair, then there could be an issue on the 13th with that clash. Just making a note there. So I hope
There will be 6 council meetings to amend the formal meetings.
Okay.
Chair McLean.
Are we moving to adopt the whole meeting schedule here? Yes.
So just for clarification, we've got reports going through each community board meeting to adopt the relevant dates. So while community board proposed dates are included on the schedule, we're not seeking adoption of those dates from this meeting with council, but rather than also community boards.
Okay. And just for my own understanding, is the only council meeting starting back in March, nothing January, February? Wow.
We do have committees on in February. Councillor Floyd.
I just had a question about the proposed district plan, which will be a lot of information that will come to council that will need to workshop before it goes to council. And I was told that would be March.
Yep.
I'm just signaling now if we have enough space to allow for that. Because if we have a council meeting for a gigantic, huge amount of information, trying to do that, not sure if that's realistic.
Yep.
So I just want to signal to our governance staff about that as an anomaly, because we've never had a proposed district plan come to our council.
Yep. For the chair, that's going to be a sort of a piece of work. We're expecting at least 2, maybe 3 workshops before you start bringing something back to adoption. There's a fair bit to it.
So Matt, there could be extraordinaries.
Yep.
What I'm hearing. Councillor Latham.
Kia ora, I'm just noting that we've got Waitangi Day commemoration. Matariki, Heakaputanga on the 28th of October. Can we also add the 9th and 10th Waimate signings, Mangungu signing on the 12th of February, so 9-10 is Waimate, 12th is Mangungu, and 28th of April is Kaitaia. So these were all celebrated since Mairano, and the first official gathering was held up in Kaitaia last year with the support of Councillor Haukiat Harawira and at the time Councillor Feskovich and Hapu Runanga. Just want to put that on the calendar as well. Sorry, Councillor Foy was there. That's what she actually should have
National Council, none of us sit on National Council and I don't anymore, so that can come off our formal. Super local next year, you'll see there in July our AG and our conference, annual conference is going to be in Rotorua next year. I have asked the GGs to reach out to us early to garner who would like to go. The premise is that you'll be supported by council to attend one AGM for the triennium. It's an opportunity to go at least once. But then if you'd like your professional development opportunity for the year to also be AGM, then you could potentially go more than once. It's in Rotorua, so it is closer to home than normal. The following year will be in Auckland, and the year after that will be in Christchurch. But when you see the email come through from the GGs, for those that would like to go, I'd like to get those bookings in now that we know, because it'll be way cheaper than booking it closer to the time. So I'm going to move this motion because we also need a resolve to continue past our allocated time.
Just another anomaly that I had to notice has dropped off.
Then I will move that we will extend our time period beyond what standing orders was, because we're about to breach the time period. Seconded by Councillor Vucic. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that is carried. Sorry, I should come back to you.
The other anomaly that I've noticed dropped off was that we had intended 1st of April to be held for a council meeting as well, otherwise there is a 8-week gap.
Oh, yes.
I moved a couple of hours. The council will be on the 8th. First.
1st of April.
Just kidding.
So that would,
That's the day before.
that would ordinarily be, I don't want to be recommending a meeting, but
But on Holy Thursday. Holy Wednesday. Councillor Akina, is there anything else from you? Oh no, you already said. Ooh, long day. All right. Councillor Foy, right of reply? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion hands. Abstentions, raise your hands. Carried. Now let's get into something nice and extra easy. On page 137, you'll find the paper 7.6, analysis of public consultation and decision on the housing for the elderly rent settings option. The recommendation is that council adopt the following changes: that the rent settings be changed from being based on annual CPI fluctuations to market rents across all units, so that maximum weekly rents payable by a tenant will be lesser to the amount calculated as 60% or 30% of super. Couples pay an extra $20. Annual rent reviews to occur yearly. Implementation of 2 yearly reviews. Approved changes to our policies implemented using that on the state set out there, and I am happy to move this. And I will move in the second, please. I'm just noting that when I write when I result. And sorry, note, Councillor Smallers has declared a perceived conflict of interest on this matter. Thank you for that, Councillor Smallers. Councillor Foy.
So the resolution is 1 or 2? There's 4. So what have you got, Lisa?
Single chair. So it is a combination of both options. So it's a combination of a percentage of the entered super or 60% of the market rent. And we looked at what that would be across the whole portfolio for each of the villages. So for whichever for the village, it would be the lower of the option. So if the 60% market rent is the lower option compared to the 30%, that would be the rent for that year.
But it will bring in.
It will make that cap of the 30% of the NZ super.
So the amount that it will bring in across your analysis is 1.4?
1.4 roughly, yeah.
So it bridges that gap.
It definitely closes the gap a lot more than what it is.
All right. As mover, well, I have two great comments down for this. So I was a bit worried about this until I actually dove deep into this and read through it and looked at what those gaps would be. And I do have still concerns about how our vulnerable are going to have to, and how we ensure that we provide the support with MSD for any applications that need to be made to be able to get those additional accommodation subsidies, supplements, or whatever it's called. But it is, I appreciate you for finding a bit of a better balance for us than kind of what we initially looked at across those options, and I think you have found a balance. I appreciated the comments too from the submitters, because I read through every single submitter's comments because I wanted to get a flavour of actually people who have submitted. But you've taken the time to submit on something that is a significant decision to make, so I wanted to take a look at that. And so I just wanted to say I appreciated submitters for their submissions and for their commentary. For everyone from one who said get rid of moko, you can get stuff that you already have too. And usually, and I just captured the fact that we usually make sure we do screen. Now, I'm a big boy, I can handle a comment like that. But we have had submissions in the past that have been harmful against certain members. So just making sure we're screening our comments that come through on our reports. This is a public report that goes out to everyone, that we are just screening those as appropriate. But I can handle that as being told this every day. And then on page 146, what am I saying? That was just a note to myself that there's that breakdown. Thank you, Councillor Strickland.
I just want to support the recommendation because it's a middle ground to what we're trying to achieve, more income to cover our expenses and a pathway towards the divestment of the portfolio, maybe. No, not maybe. But also recognise the dates that you've got in there, that it's you're giving a really good timeline for the residents that are in there. It is going to be a little pain. They don't have, much. So what seems a little amount of an increase to some of us is a huge increase for them. So, and there's been a lot of changes with MSD. So it would be good as housing portfolio holder, one of them, to know, how things are going with that comms, because I've got good connections with MSD as well. So yeah, please keep me in the loop so that I can make sure that I'm opening the right doors for the residents in those homes.
I have initiated those conversations, and they meet with tenants, or they can do applications over the phone as well, send out paperwork. So,
Councillor Boyd.
I had a question to staff. Was about the timeframes of new housing to be built? Because on page 138, it recognises that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development removed it for existing units for the government subsidy. But it does apply to new houses. Those final buildings build brand new houses to the tenants. We're not saying that their rent will go up, but they get a brand new house as well as central government paying the money towards that. So it reduces the burden financially on the ratepayer by building the new house. Or I think a maximum of 25-year lease. Do you have comments on that?
Through the chair, so the paper doesn't directly discuss about future development or development opportunities, but it is something that is of my additional numbers of housing. But however, the way that the reviews are structured, for example, having to review the rent settings again in 2 years' time, does give the ability to take into account if any of that has happened.
The reason that I raise this is that it costs ratepayers a lot of money to subsidise the housing for the elderly, and really this is a central government issue that central government should be paying, and now central government have told us you need to keep rates low, and yet they're not paying their way. And so I think that that's something that we need to make clear.
You have my written approval.
That we want to keep rates low, so please central government do your housing responsibility and give us the subsidy that you removed as an option, because we want new houses for our housing for the elderly portfolio, and we shouldn't have to have our ratepayers subsidising it. So if we can have a time frame for final holdings, that would be really appreciated.
I do not have a so I'm going to put the motion, or they will take it.
Am I able to speak to this?
You absolutely are, Chairman.
I've been waiting all day for this.
You should have told me I would have put it first.
I feel a really strong sense of responsibility to speak on behalf of our people in elderly housing, particularly in Hokianga. I have to say, so I like to hear that there might be new housing coming along. I haven't heard, as much as I've been involved in the housing issue for a number of years, I haven't heard anything coming for us. So if I'm out of the loop, please let me know. But at the moment, our pensioners are living in, largely they're living in the elderly housing because there's simply no other option. Our final order houses have a huge waiting list. We have no social housing other than that whatsoever. We have no rentals available. Come and check on our Facebook pages if you think that I'm confused about that. The wait list for our pensioner housing is incredibly long. I know this. I've been trying to support people out of living in cars, out of living in buses. These people who live in there are never going to earn more money. You're putting the prices up. I understand why, but their money isn't going up. And I understand when you look at it on paper, it looks like everybody's on an even playing field because superannuation is a set rate. However, for us, the expenses are not the same as what they are if you live in town. For example, we live a minimum of an 80k round trip just to get your groceries, or your other alternative is to pay twice as much at our Four Squares. So that's if you own a car. Most of our pensioners don't own cars, a few of them do. The other thing, that it's not an even playing field because if you live in Hokianga, you know we're one of the highest socio-economically deprived areas. And why does this impact? You think it's that's okay, they're on the super. But what we're talking about is people who are much less likely to have any savings, to have any investments, to have any whānau that have money to be able to pick up the slack for them, and this impacts on their expenses, not just travelling to town for their shopping, but we do have a bus that if they have the mobility to be able to catch and get on the bus, they still have to be able to walk from the bus stop to go and do whatever it is and pay for those bus tickets. If you own a car and you're already broke before you go on super, if you own a car and you still have your licence, then your car is likely to be one that A, is expensive to run, and B, costs a lot to get you off. So you're not in the same situation as if you're living in Kitty next to Newcastle. The people that I've heard about that have been telling me about their situation over in Ghana is that they try and find whānau or friends to drive them into town to do what they need to do. And they would pay them because everybody's broke and the cost of living is hard for everybody. So there's an excuse that I think other people in other situations don't have. Imagine if you then have to go to the dentist or you have to go to whānau for an appointment. These are on top of your daily costs. I recall last month people were talking about how much they have and how much the rent came off, and then you'd have money to go to lunch or whatever. Our people already are eating sandwiches and turning off lights. We know this, we did a survey. Our market rents are actually the same as Kitty, but our accommodation supplement is less. So I just really, really urge you to consider this. When you're trying to make savings, who you're making savings from, and when you're asking ratepayers whether they'll pay a few dollars more, you're talking about it over an annual period. And I understand, I'm a ratepayer as well. Nobody wants to pay more. And I understand too when you sort of say, there's 129 people are getting subsidised. Well, why not? You know, why not? These people have got nowhere else to go. And if you price them out of staying in the last accommodation, where are they going to go? We already have people living in cars. Whatever.
Apologies. To the Chair McVeigh, I appreciate the local perspective and the emotion that you bring to the space as someone who does live out home and sees the realities of this. And I'll call for anyone else who would like to speak to this before I put the motion. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the recommendation, please say aye and raise your hand. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Councillor Bufsich, Councillor, can you put your hands up please? Belke, Councillor Allen, Councillor Akina. The motion is carried. Thank you, staff, for making it. I appreciate it. I'm now going to go to item 7.7. Oh, sorry, everyone get Councillor Smolden, Item 7.7, appointment of non-executive members of committees of council and policy reviewing adoption of policy. The recommendations that we agreed to with the appointment of unelected appointed members to committees of council policy that's been reviewed and adopt the amended policy as presented. If I could please have a movement. Councillor Stratford in a second. Second, Councillor Stratford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Research.
Yeah, this is actually in part of the Act. I don't know why we need to actually sort of agree with the Act.
Thank you. Any other members? Oh, sorry, I turned over the page. I have a foreshadowed amendment from Councillor Sturgis for this. And that is, actually, can I just have some clarification because the amendment is that we declined the. Can we have the wording of that up for everyone?
It's up.
But I would like to just ask on the amendment and standing order 25 on an amendment of able to be a double negative.
That's why I just voted as a foreshadowed amendment.
Should this one fail? Okay. I'll ask you to speak to your points though, Councillor Smulders, as a part of the open discussion for this thing. Because you won't get the opportunity of having it as an.
That's fine. Follow the process.
Any other members? I will put the motion. All those, also Councillor Foy.
I just had a question about the appointments process. I guess because my committee's got time we choose. So the appointments committee chooses the person, not the chair.
But you, as the chair of the committee, sit on the appointments committee. And I feel like we will, well, you can talk to the deputy mayor, but I feel like the committee members are going to be very seriously taking into consideration the chair's considerations in that process that we will jointly oversee. The other members, I'll put the motion.
Just for clarification, the Secretary will make the recommendation to council to adopt panels.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, the committee just oversees the process that goes to council for sign off for extent.
Okay.
That was Councillor McNally's former committee. Councillor Shepford, right of reply.
Before I do my right of reply, I'm just inviting Councillor Smoggers to do her rebuttal to this now, because you might not get to do it. Because if this passes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Order. Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Mine was based on the Regulatory Standards Act, and because it doesn't come until the 1st of January and everything we do after that, you've previously said at the council meeting that that is not applicable now. Yet we've also talked about the Resource Management Act reforms, which are also applicable now, but have not come. So there's a little bit of confusion, so I can bring that back up then. The second thing is the policy doesn't fully comply with the local government Act 7 around democratic accountability provisions, and that the decision-making responsibility should remain with elected members. The policy creates unmitigated governance and legal risks. It's quite ambiguous in scope, authority and selection of non-elected members. I brought this up in a previous motion. I would like it to be redrafted, please. And it's not a small administrative tidy up, it's a foundational governance document. If we get this wrong, we have hardwired democratic vulnerability into our committee structure for years. I cannot support a policy that fails the legislative test, fails clarity and fails to protect our democratic mandate. Democracy deserves more rigour than this policy provides. Kia ora.
Thank you for the Councillor Stratford, right of reply.
I just want to acknowledge Councillor Smoggers and all her work for today. But I'm going to support the resolution in the report and acknowledge all the work that the previous council did in reviewing this at the beginning of their term, and also the track changes version of this report. I can see where, there's just extra words that have been taken out really. But also kahipa, perhaps some of the statements questioning the legalities, legal person in here would like to address before you put the motion. No? Okay.
Every single paper that comes through here is a compliance sheet. It needs to go through legal for, but everything goes through legal. This policy has previously been through legal, but review it also has. If they needed to raise anything specific, I would expect our judges would put that in my run sheet, or that they would request to speak in the meeting. I don't want us to get into a routine of me needing legal to sit next to me and speak to every single dotting of I and crossing of T. We trust our staff to do their jobs across BAU for us. Councillor Foy, that was the right of reply, so is that a point of order? Then I'm putting the motion. All those in favour say aye. Motion. Aye. Those opposed, the same. Councillor Smoggers, abstentions. That is carried. And now, Whānau, we do item 8.2. Yes, the lucky last item. 8.2 is our fast track approvals amendment to submission. The recommendation is that council receive the report on the submission. It is retrospective. We have already had a discussion and conversation. So this is just us noting what has already happened. Councillor Lakina, I can see all of my cousin nephews in those right now. And what would you like to say?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I wasn't too sure if I had missed a motion for an extension of time. I didn't see it. Thank you very much. Just making sure.
Thank you. And you can second this for me, Councillor. And I'm going to acknowledge the conversation we had previously. That we are going to have Roger and his team bring back that formal process and what we do. And in the interim, for select committee submissions, I want that across the full council to get everyone to do that. So I don't want to relitigate that conversation right on the last paper, please. We've already acknowledged it. But if you would like to speak to this itself, then please put your hand up, Councillor Rakinen. Then we'll go to Councillor Floyd and Councillor Stewart.
I watched the video of down there. I thought he spoke really well. But yes, we do need a second supermarket in Kaitai. And also we need some infrastructure if they're going to improve something. And the other one, and it relates to the last item about non-council members voting. I just wanted to raise the fact that we have commissioners that are non-members of our council that are certainly qualified and experienced in a certain area, and they do a whole district plan and recommend it to council, and then council decides. And it's the same with our committees. So I don't see any difference in the way that's done. So it relates to that aspect.
Point of order, please, member, if you could speak to the item.
The fast track allows for commissioners.
Oh, there we go.
And allows for that in terms of fast tracking of consents as well, which is a delegation. Great work there, and I think you represented our district well.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stratford.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Thank you.
Sorry, I read it because it got sent to Councillor Court and I. Thank you very much, Patrick. And it didn't have any changes at the time. We're chair and deputy of that committee. And I pinned my name to our original submission while you were away overseas. So, yeah, it had similar tone. Sorry about it. Not.
All right. Any other members? Councillor Paul.
I am a little concerned that the fast track legislation is trying to do is speed things up, and what we're trying to do as a local government is actually slow it down. So I'm a little uncomfortable, so I'm not going to support this today. I used to be a commissioner. I haven't been a commissioner for a while. I got my qualification at Auckland University. I used to do a lot of resource consents, and from my experience, what people do is they use the consent process to frustrate. And they tend to keep their gunpowder dry until they get to the consent process, and then it gets held up there, and then there's appeals and delays and frustrations, notwithstanding the intent of what you've raised in here about making sure that every Harper and other interested parties have a voice at the table. I am concerned that we ask the government to give us the tools to enable us to get on and do the job, and they give us the tools and we don't like them, so we say it's not right. I'm just a little uncomfortable. They do have the right to invite people to make submissions. So just wanted to give my 5 cents on that.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. All right, I'm going to put the motion.
So we're just accepting that this report is coming to the table, we're not accepting that we support the submission that was put in, because you said it was retrospective.
It's receiving the report.
It's receiving it, isn't it? Yeah.
So that's gone.
Yeah. So why are we
It's under staff delegation. It's just to note it.
If you don't like it, you don't have to vote.
Is that how it works?
So you don't get one of those, what were you thinking about, Councillor Davina from Wellington?
Okay.
You
Okay,
can vote,
now I know.
it will be recorded here that you voted against receiving this report.
I see. Right.
Thank you all. Now, at our next meeting, I will be the chair. Thank you very much all the way through. Councillor Stratford, Councillor Court, Councillor Racken. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Court, Councillor Smulders.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstention by Councillor Vucic. Abstention.
Because I'm abstaining because it's before my time.
And Councillor Balkin. I am going to note here that Carla from Legal, while not here, is leaving council at the end of January. This is the final date. We will send our help card to Carla. And please, Rebecca, pass on our thanks to Carla for her time here at council, for acknowledging that via our live stream. I am going to wish you all, should I not see you again, I will be here until 12 p.m. on the 24th of December, and some of you will be called back in as well. We are going to have a rating meeting this week. So some of you will be back at all my teams. Some of you will be coming along to our Christmas dinner. But if we don't see each other again in person, can I just wish you all staff and elected members a Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. Please do ensure that you have a break at some point in time over the summer. We just adopted our formal meetings calendar, our committees, our portfolios, and we're going to have a very big year next year. But that offers simplification. Yeah. I think I thought the country found fun about this. So the bell, that's why we think that he why do we talk about? Yeah.